All right, I still have some things I want to fix on some of these animations, but I'm pretty eager to start the combat animation. So let's just get to the combat animation, and then we'll loop back after we're done combat and clean everything up at the end. All right, let's get started. Hey, CS Media, how's it going? It's going all right. Just getting started with some animation today. Finally getting into the combat stuff, so just trying to get the poses to work out now. How's your day going? What are you working on today? Yeah, no, I get you 100%, dude. The animation layers would actually make my. I was thinking about. I can't remember who mentioned it yesterday, but somebody was mentioning about. Maybe it was you. I can't remember. But yeah, if I could just change like I could basically add an additional layer, so we could add different weapons and stuff like that without actually having to create a whole new action. I could just activate layers. That would be awesome. So yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, I'm glad to be out of the locomotion stuff right now. Honestly, I was actually looking at some of the animation, the stuff that I quote unquote finished, and I'm realizing that I want to go back in and tune some stuff up. But I was so eager to get moving on the combat animation. I'll just finish the combat animation first, and then I'll get into the revisions after. Yeah, that's basically what we're gonna be doing. is just basically, so for the walk cycle, when I want to add a weapon, I basically have to animate both, but I don't have to change the leg walk, right? I can just blend per bone pretty much up from the, I guess, in my case, it would probably be like spine 2, because you want the hips still going, but I want everything above the hip to then be holding a two-handed weapon or a spear or whatever, right? A bow, great sword. Hey, Hussar. Yeah, I guess, I think I'm within more or less the same time range. I think it's about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm trying to get on earlier. It's just, my schedule right now just doesn't let me get on until a little bit later in the afternoon, so. But yes, we are into combat animation today, finally. Although I did see some stuff I wanted to fix. I figure I'll do it another time. I had some ideas for the combat and I wanted to kind of get them out, so. Yeah, CS Media, I went over the same issue. The other thing is like you also have to animate with the idea that they are gonna blend. So if you're gonna fire the right foot, you kind of have to fire the right foot in sort of all of the animation, right? So it becomes a little bit awkward when it doesn't feel like that's the natural foot that would take a step. So in my case, it was like the combat strafing. So you want to blend based on the different angles. So if I go on a 40, like, so it's the left between left and back, right? You want to be able to go 45 degrees from there. And if it blends those two animations, but you fired the right foot first instead of the left, then you're going to get this awkward mismatch, right? So I'm sure I've done all the animation without was almost zero experimentation on how to properly do the blends. I've done other ones before, so this is all just going off of the theory of how to animation blend. Like I mean, we made one game where we were doing the animation blend, and it all seemed to kind of work out. But this, what we're trying to do here now, is significantly more complex. So I'm wondering how much of it I've actually screwed up. By the time I actually get into Unreal, how much of it I've actually mucked. But you know, on the plus side, it's kind of a learning thing, right? So I get to figure out all the little nuances that are going to be involved in bringing in this much animation without actually testing it out. So it might change the way I approach the workflow. So I might do a set, implement it in Unreal, get that all working, and then do another set, make sure that's all working, instead of doing like pretty much what I've done is all of the baseline stuff that I'm going to need to get the character up and moving around in combat mode, strafing, dodging, and attacking. Yeah, but you got to go get out with your daughter to do a 28-kilometer bike ride. That's a lot. I mean, I guess on a bike, but yeah, it's still a lot. That's significant. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think quality time spent with the daughter, that's a pretty good day. So it's an interesting problem to have. Hey, what's up, Zam? Yeah, CS Media. I'm wondering if, can you mirror the footage? Can you mirror your reference footage? Will that work? Yeah, I'm having difficulty imagining a movement mirrored. Maybe think about mirroring it in, like take it into Resolve and flip the image or something like that. Might be useful. I'm trying to think. I mean, in my head it makes sense, but there might be some practical reason why that just will not work. Zam, I took a look at your animation. I didn't comment on it yet, dude, but dude, your timing is fantastic. It works great. It's working really, really nicely. I mean, if I had any suggestion, which I don't have, the pose of the guy that's getting flipped, I guess yeah, the guy that's being thrown onto the ground, his spine's a bit stiff. And then the leg landing, you know, like the way, like your timing is beautiful. All of it's all working because it's right from the reference. But there's this little spiral moment, right just as his back hits the ground, that his knees and his feet kind of do this little spiral turn, and it would be, I think, really nice to capture that in the animation. Yeah, other than that, though, I think it's a great piece, and the timing is demonstrated really, really nicely. I mean, obviously, we could sit there and analyze the crap out of it, but I mean, it sounded to me like you were ready to move on from it. So, yeah, I mean, if there was anything you want to go back and check out, would be just that little spiral moment where everything is kind of, it's that big twisted shape that you get just as he's hitting the ground, where the knees, the feet, and the hips and the rib cage is all rotated and torqued, and then you could feel that suddenly turn and snap, and the feet kind of slap to the ground, right? Like, yeah, that's the only thing that I saw immediately that I was like, oh, okay, we could probably get there. But I think you should be super proud of that piece. It looks great. Yeah, when you first go into that first turn, you just want to, like, sometimes the reference will still feel stiff, but when you capture it with a rig and animation, if you try to follow the reference directly, it starts to feel stiff. So, like, for example, just as he goes in for that sweep, he's pulling him forward, right? So you can actually get that little S shape and have it like, or it's like a J shape almost, right? So you kind of stiffen up the leg that he's weighing on, that he's about to kick. And then once that kick happens, the whole body sharply takes on that S shape, right? And then starts to torque the rib cage. And so it's almost like the rib cage is leading all of that action until the shoulder strikes the ground, and all that energy then uncoils from the rib cage, and just everything like loosens up, right? It's like, imagine like taking a spring and unwinding it, and your pivot is coming from the rib cage, and everything just kind of unwinds right around that point. And that's that kind of sensation that you want to get just as the feet coil around and hit the floor again. Looks great though. The timing's fantastic. I love the timing. It all feels really nice. That particularly the spacing as he hits the floor makes it feel really, really impactful. Why did I lose that pose? Yeah, it's a tricky thing. I guess if you're left-handed, CS finding good footage for left-handed people might, I guess it's, what's the statistical deviation? It's like 10% of the population is left-handed. Yeah, so I can imagine it might be a little more difficult to find, but you do get a lot of games, because I know, like, when I play Monster Hunter, for example, the Sword and Shield and the check out Monster Hunter if you're looking for that kind of Yeah, so a lot of the sword and shield stuff in Monster Hunter is left-handed. If you're maybe potentially looking for some reference there, I mean, I wouldn't bite it directly, but it's there. For whatever reason, I noticed it when I played the game. I was like, oh, that's interesting. This my sword and shield guy is left-handed. Yes, so Hussar, what are we planning today? What kind of attack will it be? So this is the first one is like a sword jab. So this is actually this one's gonna be fun. He's gonna do like a little sword jab, okay, and then he's gonna do like a backswing. So from here, if you get a chance to if you combo correctly, your first one is a sword jab, so very quick sword jab. And then there's going to be just a small recovery where he takes a rear swing. And then you'll have another moment to combo out again and to do like an uppercut swing. Which, if any of you guys have played Street Fighter, you'll start recognizing the posing that I'm going to be working with the uppercut swing. But yeah, so it's like a 3-hit combo that finishes with an uppercut swing. Yeah, actually, I'm not gonna have him do a huge jump, but it will be enough that people will, if you're a fan of Street Fighter, you will instantly recognize the moment. Zam, yes. Yes, I'm thinking of line of action almost always when I pose and how those lines of action coordinate with each other. In animation, you have 5 basic shapes that you're gonna be reusing all the time, especially when we're talking about body mechanics. Okay, so your straight line is the most obvious one. So straight lines are really, really useful when you want to impact, right? So if something is traveling, to emphasize the speed and momentum, you can straighten it up, right? So, and then then you have what I guess, I wish I could, oh, you know what? Let me show you on the grease pencil right now. Okay, so you have your straight line, right? Which is great for impact. So if you want to hit a wall, right? You're going this direction and you want to hit a wall, straight lines are really, really great, right? So you hit that wall and then your next shape will be something like an S shape, right? As everything crushes down into that impact, right? So you can even exaggerate that even more, like really kind of squashing that shape down, right? And so think of it like an accordion, like a Bugs Bunny cartoon. If all of the energy is moving in that direction, right? So the basic shapes are the C shape, the S shape, the straight shape, okay? And then you want your reverse S shape, and then your reverse C shape. These are the basic shapes of animation that you're going to be using all the time. And there are variations of it, right? So you can do variations. So when I was talking about when you hit the strike, so just before he trips him, you need a large shape change in order to get a sense of impact, right? That's why I said, if you want, you can do where the leg goes up to the body. And then, so if you think about, here's the rib cage, okay? And here's the pose underneath it. The line of action should look something like that, right? And then once he hits this thing, you get that S shape, right? And then you torque. So once he kicks that leg from screen right traveling screen left, you're gonna suddenly break this shape, and then you're gonna get this awesome S shape to work with right there. You see it? Right? So you kick that shape out and then you torque the whole thing around, right? And then you get this awesome spiraling effect that comes out from the bottom of the foot. Yeah, CS Media. Yeah, I don't know why it stuck out to me. I just noticed it when I was playing. I was, that's interesting. Because maybe it's because you typically don't normally see it. Wow, Rob, thanks for the sub, dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, so CS Media, yeah, I don't know why it stuck out to me. I think because I noticed it, the reason is because you do normally see right-handed things. Even the screen, like I remember like Gears of War, they even push the player off to the screen left or right, just so you're slightly looking over screen shoulder, the right shoulder. But in Monster Hunter, it was the other way around. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. Doesn't bother me that much. It just kind of, I guess I just saw it just because I'm an animator, and I was like, oh, that's usually the other way, because even I'm animating with the sword in the right hand, right? Damn, gotcha, dude. Thanks, man. Thanks for the sub, dude. No worries, Am. Great work on that shot, dude. Looks fantastic. And thanks again for the sub, dude. Hey, Keelix, how's it going, bud? Why is it like wizard? Not quite sure. You mean he's starting to look like a wizard? Ooh, I don't know about that. He's doing a stab. I could probably push this down to the third one. Ooh, it's tough to say. I don't know. I saw it for 40 bucks on Amazon, which I think is actually cheaper than I originally bought it for. Let me check. So no. Yeah, it's 48 bucks right now on Amazon. That's the Canadian price. Not sure which market you're in or where you're purchasing from, but yeah, the hardcover is going to be ridiculously expensive, and then the spiral bound's 200 bucks. Just get the paperback one. I don't know if there's a digital version of the. I think there might be a digital version, or maybe that's the one you're looking for. What the heck? Did I? Oh, it's been stuck with that. Okay, so if you Google, does it If you Google digital version of the Animator Survival Kit, there's an Internet Archive link. That's the first link. And it seems to be linking directly to a PDF file, which contains the Animator Survival Kit. So, not advocating for, but I'm just saying it's there, it's available, and all you have to do is Google it. So, I'm not 100% sure why it's free, but it is there. So. Yeah, I don't know what if the expanded edition. I don't have the expanded edition. I don't think. No, it looks like I have the good old-fashioned standard edition. I mean, I bought my. I don't know if when the expanded edition came out, but I bought my copy back in like 2002, 2001, I think. So. Oh yeah, Hussar. The yeah, I'm doing the entire the player controller on stream. I am gonna build it from scratch as well too, so I'm not gonna be using the pre-built third-person player controller. That is probably not a terrible idea to use it, but at the same time, I like to take the hard route, I guess. So I'm gonna be doing the whole thing from scratch, which is not like it's a monumental task. I should probably preface that, but it's because what I'm using is a component called a character movement component that you put into that you can. It's a pre-built class for Unreal Engine, and it basically has a bunch of the move command stuff that I'm gonna need to work with them. So I'm not actually coding like the locomotion stuff. That's kind of built in. What I'm doing is telling it to move and setting the limits of the walk speed, jog speed, run speed, or walk speed, run speed, jump, gravity. That's the stuff I'll be tuning up. So I'm not actually coding character movement stuff. Yeah, CS me. I'm not 100% sure what the second edition actually offers, or the expanded edition. Yeah, it does look like it's pretty much like there are free PDFs pretty much everywhere for this. So, I mean, I would check out the free one because it doesn't look like it's illegal. I didn't know. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be illegal. Yeah, I'm not sure what it offers in addition to what was there. The book itself, the the first edition or whatever, is fantastic. It's it's the Bible basically for animators. Um, I imagine if they added extra stuff, it could only be better. But I don't think you can go wrong with the first version. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for quadruped reference and looking, because really what the Richard Williams book breaks down to is just you have a solid drawn reference for what it is what it is that there's communicating, rather than trying to link it up afterwards. So like, so what a lot of people do is they get Movie Bridge and the Animator Survival Kit kind of together. Again, you don't need to pay for any of these things apparently right now, because Movie Bridge clips and images are going to be available pretty much everywhere on the internet. But basically, Movie Bridge is the dude that was the first dude that captures, like, it's the first time we were able to tell horses run differently than most every other quadruped animal. So he has like frame by frame breakdowns of runs of quadrupeds, humans, birds. But he's kind of the first person that took a series of images of and captured the motion through image sequencing. So he's got a ton of this footage, but it's kind of cool because you'll see how horses actually move differently than other quadruped animals, because it's actually, so when a dog runs, its plant is when it's in its squash pose. So when its two legs are together, right, one of the feet is still planted. So when the only time it's in the air or when the legs are out and sprawled out, right? Like, so if this is a dog, it's sprawled out this way, the hind legs, that's when it's in the air. Whereas a horse is in the air when its legs are like that, right? So it hops almost, it does like a little hop. It's a pretty crazy. So you actually see, and when it's in a full sprawl, like all the legs are stretched out, one of the feet are actually still contacted to the ground. It's a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool thing to learn, because it kind of translates from the animator survival kit into understanding how to observe the image sequence and break down the motion. Yeah, but quadrupeds are a completely different beast unto themselves. It's a whole different thing going on. And some quadrupeds are dramatically different from others. Like an alligator is completely different from a pig, which is completely different from an elephant, you know, like the way they're gonna walk. Yeah, so basically we're gonna have timing windows. They're gonna be timing windows for when you're attacking. So what you're seeing, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna animate the entire combo first, right? Just because I want to feel what it's gonna feel like when everything just fires nicely, right? So and then what I do is I then break this sequence into 3 separate sequences. And then each sequence will have its own recovery as well, too. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need 6 pieces of animation, 2 pieces of animation for each attack. So 1 for the initial attack, and then if the player doesn't have any inputs, then it has to go back to the combat idle. And if the player does input another attack, then it does another one. But if the player doesn't input after the second attack, has to go back to combat idle. We have to go back to combat idle. And then after the third strike, we have to go back to the combat idle. But the reason I'm breaking it out into 2 separate pieces is to allow that timing window. So if they don't hit the button within that timing window, the pose automatically goes into reset. In terms of what buttons you're gonna push, it's the light combo. So this is the light combo. So it's you're basically, if you're thinking about like an Xbox controller or something like that, you'll be pushing, I don't know, Y, right? Y. Yeah. And then I want to add the ability to potentially combo in a heavy attack and mix up the heavy and light attacks, kind of like The Witcher or Monster Hunter or Elden Ring. There's that you have basically 2 main strikes, a light attack and a heavy attack, and within those a light attack and a heavy attack, you get combo attacks. But each weapon, right, has its own light heavy kind of system. Yes, no, you will not get away with spamming. So the way we're doing, if you've ever played Hollow Knight, if you try to spam, you get your ass kicked, right? Like, and that's definitely where we want the style of combat we want, is that if you start just trying to spam, you will get whooped, because the timing mechanism that we want to build into is the enemies will dodge back and then come back, right? They'll step away and then come back in, or disengage and re-engage. So that will break up the timing mechanic, so that you cannot just spam press. Because if you just spam press, there's going to be, when you finish a combo, there's a recovery. You're going to get hit down at the end of the combo, right? Yeah, no, there'll be no spamming. Or at least if you spam, I'm going to let the player spam. It's basically, you can spam that key all you want, but you're going to get punished for it, right? Severely. Yeah, I mean, I was bringing it the Street Fighter thing just because it's just visually what I wanted to do. I have an idea for like a Street Fighter style kind of game. That's maybe another project, right? Right now, this is it's just, if you recognize the uppercut, the dragon punch from Ken and Ryu. You will see me kind of animate that, but he's going to be doing it with the sword instead, right? So Yeah, we're playing with the idea of potentially changing the different, like you attach a different like type of skill to your swords, and then you can kind of change and mix and match your combos. Um, that's something we're thinking about right now. Because you don't like games with survival mechanics. Though I want the combat to feel really, really nice. I don't want it to be an action quote unquote action game. Right, it is the action is basically there. Think of it like the fighting, like, because you're not getting swarmed by enemies. A lot of it is kind of searching, exploration, and then you bump into a guy, and then you have to make a determination on whether or not you're prepared and you're willing to potentially lose what you have to fight it. Because the engagements, basically I want them to last a little bit longer, but be difficult. Even like in Elden Ring, like just the minions walking around, I want them to be just slightly more difficult than those guys. Like, the inhabitants of this world, there's a survival desire, so these things are going to try to kill you or try not to die, right? So I don't know, we're again still in the early stages. We got to make sure the basic combat works first, and then once I get the sense of like, oh, okay, I get the sense of the timing of how the timing should work and how we should break down all the fighting, then I can probably make some more decisions about it later on. Yeah, but it's a good idea. Just want to make sure I get the basics in first, and then we'll start expanding outwards from there. But it is an idea that we have played with, is to expand the fighting combos, to attach them to possibly either learnable skills, or you find them in like a book or something like that. I don't know. Because if you think about it, like The Witcher has a pretty set skills. Like you can change some things up and expand them, but there's kind of like a baseline, and I think that's where we want to go. Is maybe you could potentially upgrade them, and the animation changes slightly for each one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, when we're talking about Street Fighter mechanics, like, it was an idea that I'm playing with because I love Street Fighter, but that's more if we want to start moving into a PvP realm, because the fighting then has to feel very responsive, very snappy, very responsive, right? Because the player is not going to have patience for a big wind up for an attack if you're doing PvP, because that's just becomes very frustrating for the player. Yeah. Plus, like, combo button pushing is not conducive to a game where there's exploration and stuff involved. I think they've tried to do it before, but yeah, I have not found a situation where it works. So, you know. But in a pure fighter, my brother and I have been talking about a fighting game where it's like an arena game, kind of like let's see if I can pull it up here. So this is a game that I really liked back in the day. And we're thinking possibly making a game something similar to this. right? A 3D fighting game. Right. This game never really took off. I just don't think Capcom invested as much as they probably wanted to, because they have other fighting franchises. Why try to force one, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're playing with the idea. But the problem is, you go into PvP, when you're talking about PvP games, they you're gonna have to do anti-cheat. You know, you're gonna have to, if it's at all competitive, it needs to be hosted. That means you're gonna need servers, right? So latency is gonna be an issue. Anti-cheat, obviously. It's a whole can of worms that we're just like, maybe, I don't know. And then again, what, like, competitive games, you know, like, how popular are they? Or is it, I mean, sure, we're not specifically looking for just popular games, but all food for thought right now. We're just not, we're not obviously too serious about any other games besides this one right now, so just food for thought, really. Well, that's the biggest issue that you're trying to solve, right? Is targeting. So what ultimately needs to happen is you need to have a targeting system and a dodge system that are kind of like to kind of work together, right? So you need obviously an indicator for an attack and the ability to be able to get out of the way of that attack, but effectively the 3D space is just for you to kind of move to, your locomotion is to move around and give you space to move in each dimension. But you're going to be locked onto your target. You know what I'm saying? So instead of what you were looking at in Power Stone, where you have a fixed view, it's basically a locked camera to your target, and then you have freedom to move around a play space and dodge and attack. And you know, it's you know, so the idea is you throw a punch, you make a dodge, and then the player can now counter, right? Or you know, if you make an attack, there's a small stun window that allows you to combo out or combo up, and then you also going to need the ability to combo break, like in Killer Instinct, right? So you're getting beaten up inside of a combo, and you would be able to break that combo, perhaps you base it on a stamina meter or something like that, right? So it can be done. It just needs a lot of experimentation and a lot of like tuning, because I think you actually, in order for a 3D fighting game to work fully, there's a lot there's a lot of different little mechanics that need to be kind of dovetail together in order to make it feel fair, and the ability to, especially with an auto target kind of system, I think players might start to feel like it might be a little unfair based on the control scheme that you're going to be working with, right? So it's like a first person, if you're playing a first person game, the guy in keyboard on mouse has an advantage. Pure simple, plain and simple. I don't care what anybody says. If you, without aim assist, your thumbs cannot be nearly as precise as your entire the entire mechanism of your arm, right? It's impossible. There's no physical reality where that could potentially happen. So they offset that by allowing some measure of aim assist. There's an intuitive aim assist that gets built into console players now, but two thumbs trying to capture the nuanced movement of your wrist and fingers and elbow and shoulder all working in unison, it's not reasonable, right? So the second you go into a PvP world, how you control, how you interact, the device you use to interact with the game now becomes a thing, right? It's the same thing when you watch like Street Fighter tournaments. Are you going to use a hitbox? Are you going to use, a fight stick? Or are you going to use a controller, right? There are advantages to using, for example, the new hitboxes, right? Because there's no throw on a joystick. Well, when you're playing super competitive, moving a joystick, right? There's milliseconds that are in between the contact points, right? Versus a button. So the hitboxes have now become super popular because there's no throw, there's no movement, there's no mechanical distance that has to be covered, or at least there is, but it's now heavily minimized, right? It's the aim assist. It's just the reason PC players are crying about it is because there's an aim assist now that it's all automatically built into most shooting games, and that gives the perception of unfairness to the console players. But I think most games now allow you to choose whether or not you want to do the crossplay. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's a reasonable thing to compare and say it's equal or it is unequal. When it comes to video games, first and foremost, who cares? It's a video game. But I get when you start to move your game into a competitive space, right? Where there's people playing for money. There's the second there's money involved in the ability to make money off of it, then you're going to get a lot of criticism and a lot of scrutiny. But that is just the nature of every game that has competitive value. People are going to want to compete, right? We're humans. It's just natural to want to compete. And any perceived unfairness is not going to be handled well, right? So largely, I would say for PC players, if it's that much of a problem for you, then just don't play with the console players. You have that option in most games now, whether to turn on crossplay or not. I play a lot of DayZ, and I can tell you I think they have crossplay on the servers now. But I gotta tell you, like, I can't imagine somebody even with aim assist on a console in DayZ. Right? Like, it's number one, it's not gonna play as much of a factor because 9 times out of 10 you die in DayZ. It's from a shot you don't see coming, from a distance, from an angle that you weren't looking at, and you don't even hear the gunshot go off. Right? You just kind of jogging along, and all of a sudden, you are dead. Respawn at coast. Been on for 2 hours. I'm going to take a short break. I will be right back. I play all of them, dude. I really like the modded servers, but sometimes I really like the vanilla experience. Depending on my mood, right? If I'm more in a, I want to get into a PvP kind of matchup and get more action, I go to the modded servers. If I'm looking for more of an adventure and I want to be a little bit more social, I usually go, well, I'll go on to a modded server with like other people. If I want to play more adventure, then I'll play the vanilla servers. Yeah, well, I don't like to go too like over modded. Like, uh, let me think of the most modded. So the most modded server that I'll play on is something like I don't know if do you know the lab mods? I think Nazar hosts these or has a server that hosts like the labs. That's like the most modded I'll go, which is still, it's quite heavily modded. Yeah, no, no, I like the yeah, I prefer when I'm playing solo, I prefer the adventure stuff. I like to just kind of wander around, right? You just spawn in and then you just like, all right, let's see how long I live for, and you start making your way inland. Yeah. Beverly Hills 90210. Did they did they make a new one, or are you watching the one from the 90s? Nice. Yeah. It's more of a later teenage kind of show. I remember when that show first dropped, everybody was obsessed with all of the actors. There became like instant heartthrobs overnight. one brain. Shit. Dr. Queen. No, I've never heard of Dr. Queen. Oh, Dr. Quinn. I think you're thinking about maybe Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. That I heard of. I remember that as a show. I didn't watch it too much, but I remember it. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. It's like about a medicine woman at the frontier, the turn of the century, kind of. Yeah, I remember it. Kind of like the American frontier. Yeah. Yeah, it's Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. It's a great show, though. It's stuck around for quite some time, so. After the Gummy Bears cartoon show, oh my goodness. Yeah, I remember the Gummy Bears. They would drink their gummy bear juice and get like superpowers. And they lived in the forest. What a way to sell candy to kids. You know, but at least they used to disguise cartoons well as a kid. Like nowadays, like I remember by the time my younger brother was watching cartoons and he was growing up, like they had shows like Yu-Gi-Oh and Beyblades, and I was like, man, you guys aren't even attempting to hide what you're trying to sell to these kids, right? Like you can look at Yu-Gi-Oh and it's like, oh, what's the show about? Oh, it's about these guys who collect these cards and they battle each other with these cards. Oh, let me guess what they're trying to sell. At least Pokemon like wrapped it up into a cute fuzzy thing, and the collecting cards, it was like a secondary, it was like after the show, like the show, right? Like I'm surprised they never went on to like Pokemon never did like a Beanie Baby like a team up or something like that, because my goodness, can you imagine Pokemon at the time teaming up with Beanie Babies would have been, we're talking $1 trillion franchise, right? Like Yeah, by the time my brother was watching cartoons when he was growing up, it all just felt kind of gross. Like they really just did not care about trying to even be subtly kind of selling their products. I remember reading one survey. I can't remember. I used to watch this. Is it Toy Galaxy or Galaxy Toy? It's a channel that used to talk about. They talk about. It's kind of like if you ever watched on Netflix The Toys That Made Us. There's a guy that made a whole YouTube channel that way before The Toys That Made Us came out. And I think it's Toy Galaxy or something like that. Yeah, all of those shows I used to watch. Top Cat, Donald Duck, Dexter, Dexter's Lab. That was I was a little bit older when Dexter's Lab came out, and my younger brother was there was a nice little overlap there. Mind you, I'm not a huge overlap though, right? Like I think I used to watch a lot of Power Rangers with my younger brother. This is looking pretty cool. Yeah, no, me and my older brother and I used to watch a ton of cartoons together. So like, he was kind of the guy that introduced me to all of what we would call the cool cartoons, right? So, GI Joe, Transformers. One of my favorite shows. He started out growing cartoons by the time I started watching some of these. But another great one was Darkwing Duck. You remember Darkwing Duck or Gargoyles? Tailspin was another one that I used to watch a lot of. Thanks, dude. I want it to look really cool, so. Yeah, I'm excited to get into the player controller too, but at the same time, I didn't want to be bouncing back and forth. So get as much out of the way in Blender, and then try to get as much done in Unreal, and then move back, right? So, but I'm starting to think that maybe the better way to do it is to do a little chunk and then kind of bounce back and forth a little bit, maybe like every other week, because I haven't been in Unreal in. Well, this is my 4th week streaming now, so I haven't touched Unreal in almost 4 weeks. I mean, the nice thing is because my brother is doing most of the programming, I can rely on him to do most of the programming tasks, so. Did I mess it up? Yeah, so the presumption is because he's walking forward, right? The knockback doesn't actually happen until... Fucking... Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Yeah, so the knockback doesn't happen until the third hit. So this hit is the knockback, right? Whereas these are just penetrating hits. So every shot he gets a little bit closer. That's why this is, yeah, you want to close a little distance, another short inside hit, and then presumably you're going to be right around here where the enemy is, right? So, and then you do your jump attack there. Frog. Yeah, but your observation is right. I'm gonna see right, particularly here. I gotta make sure the sword gets pointed more forward. Because between here and here, we got to make sure, but it's one frame, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, so I just got to make sure to keep this point. Yeah, this you'll have a little in between frame here, where I'm basically breaking the wrist. For the uppercut swing here. So that's the motion here. Of course, this is going to need a ton of cleanup. Yeah, I mean, I have basically, so I have the ability to take the sword out of his hand. So I have a built-in constraint here that I do export. So when I do attach the sword, I can have him twirl, and I can have him do fancy stuff with it if I want to. Yeah, no, I've been thinking about something a little bit more twirly. I'm gonna take a short break. My back's a bit sore right now. Be back in 5. Why am I doing this paint one now? No worries, Husar. Thanks for tuning in, bud. I always appreciate your support, man. Have a great night. Of course, a 30-kilometer bike ride will usually do that, dude. Get some rest, man. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here tomorrow. For sure, dude. I'll do that. I don't know if I'm gonna get to spline it today. It's probably not gonna be fully splined today. It's probably gonna stay more or less in the blocking phase right now. But yeah, I'll run it a couple times before I finish up. I'm gonna be finished up in about 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes. So. Cheers, bud. Have a good night. All right, I think that's it for today. Pretty satisfied with this block. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments to timing tomorrow. Might be happening just a smidge too fast. have to switch the arm to IK after and the spin as well too. Just to keep it steady, otherwise it's gonna be doing this crazy wavy wobble thing, so. Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with these poses. This is my favorite pose out of all of them right now. Yeah, sword's doing a crazy wobble. There's like, I have to steady that up with an eye kick, using the IK instead. Okay, pretty good for a day today. At least I finally got to the combat. All right, for anyone still sticking around, thanks for tuning in today. Tomorrow I should be pretty much jumping, well, splining this one up. And I think I might pause it after this combo. Might throw in the, definitely throw in the shield block pose tomorrow. But yeah, so spline this up tomorrow, get the shield block in, and then on Monday I'm probably just going to transition to Unreal just to make sure that the way I'm working this is correct. That way I don't have to take any I don't have to backpedal anything if I made any mistakes when I do the heavy combo. Cool. All right. Thanks for tuning in, guys. See y'all tomorrow.